Xanax, and suddenly it's, shut up! I'm trying to sleep!
Bob took our Xanax and gave Bou and Wuld the fucking currency, the
Mhm.
like Ritter currency. He's just gone
God.
missing. We can't find him.
Bo,
It's been 3 days.
Bo, here's my credit card. Run down to the pharmacy, grab mommy her Xanax and a pack of smokes.
It's been
Here's
3
some-
days and Bou and Wuld has yet to reappear.
Run down
We
to
have
the
checked
pharmacy.
the Cox in the fucking
Oh,
mortuary.
right. No, I just realized now that sorry, I'm bringing this up again. Now that Hillary has watched The Promised Neverland, I can send her this picture. Where is it?
Oh no!
Where
No, I
is
don't
it?
know. Like,
Send
it's
it,
the live
send it to
action,
me
isn't it?
too. I want to see.
Where? I think I scrolled up too high. It's further down.
Put it in shooting shit.
I need to find it first. Hang on. Oh God, there it is. Oh God, no. Oh.
Put it in shooting shit.
I'll put it in
Do
shooting
it.
shit. Okay, there you go.
Oh no!
No! Stop! Get help!
That's actual live action, Connie.
Yeah. I just saw that they made a live action of it. It looks terrible.
Oh God, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
It would just be so fucking awkward, man. Like,
Oh. Anyway, D&D.
so D&D.
Alright, give me 1 second.
My food hasn't arrived yet. I'm kind of sad. See if it arrives cold, I'm gonna slap my bitch.
Also, hun, we need a treadmill.
Are you gonna turn into Aussie?
No.
Oh.
Why?
I just found a video of a guy who turned an old treadmill into a giant belt sander.
I mean, life
Is that
finds a
one of
way,
the
eh, boy.
Is that one of the stand-up sandals where you just run the wood through?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fucking quality, man. Used to had one in my cousin's workplace, man.
Nice.
Fucking running through about like 2,000 meters of skirting. Loads.
Okay. I have gotten a drink and used the restroom, and I'm ready to go whenever y'all are. So.
Ready.
I'm good to go.
Good to go,
Oh, yeah,
and then as soon as I say that, there's gonna be a bzzzt.
That's fine. So, I believe we begin as we always do, with the previously on.
Previously on The Life of Posing Bar.
Yeah, you know, it's like previously
Why?
on
There's nothing.
Baldur's.
Previously on Drunk and Confused.
Yeah, something of that
I'm
nature.
confused.
Previously on Baldur's Gate's Dumbest Criminals.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
It's just rainbow, like harder, how do riot.
yeah, we like it jumps like all the way back to like the beginning of the series, right? And we have like a brief shot of everyone in the village outside of Elturel and where this all started. We see like the city being destroyed and a montage of you like having to collect all of these refugees, and then like the march from you know Elturel to Baldur's Gate, and the stops that you had to make along the way, a few brief shots of like the conversations that you had with Nibirius along the way, culminating in him taking you into his weird like extra dimensional office where he kind of explained a little bit more of what's going on. We get Ray trying to foment a riot at the city gates
I'm never gonna
while
live this down, Emma.
while everyone else
No.
face palmed and snuck in through the door. And then, you know, we jump to the part where the authorities in Baldur's Gate, such as they are, in the form of Duke Portier and one Flame Captain Zodge, expressed that there was a series of murders going on that were eerily similar to the series of murders you have already previously dealt with in your path from where you started to where you are now. And you were offered a handful of leads and told that the bodies were stored at the Candle Hollow Mortuarium, where you went to visit. You learned some information, collected some useful files, and then uncovered that the woman in charge of running the morgue was also a horrendously mentally unstable necromancer.
Just a little
and
bit.
and what could have resulted in a very climactic fight was diffused by the party bard, managing to talk her down. And I believe the last shot when we left off was all of you kind of standing on the street watching as this, like, magically driven carriage that they had loaded her into took her away. And her little brother / secretary was standing beside all of you, looking at you going, what the hell happened to her?
Don't worry about
Oh,
it.
we found her like that.
Basement's haunted. Like,
Basement's haunted. And
So-
so, yeah, you were left with her journal and her notes, all of the documents that I gave you regarding the murders and where the bodies were found, you know, cause of death, etc., etc. And a handful of, like, other leads and outstanding activities that you kind of need to address. And
So
I'm gonna leave that up to you.
I believe the plan was to find a place to stay. Now, because
Yeah.
obviously it's probably getting a little late, and we've been having a lovely busier time than we thought we would.
Right.
As if it's been peaceful at any point.
Fair. So I guess Ray turns to the party and just has a big sigh and goes, ah. Right then. Well, seeing as the town guard's paying, where do you guys want to stay?
Elf song. I think. Oh no, that was the fucking haunted one, wasn't it? I can't remember.
Yes, I believe down here in the low town, we had discussed the Blade and the Stars.
Yeah, that was the lot, because the elf song was the haunted, like, tourist trap, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's the one with the elf ghost that occasionally
Right.
breaks into song at random hours of the night.
So.
Well, I
that's
know
all.
where.
Blade
Well, I
and
know where
Stars.
Lucina wants to stay.
I mean, I'm down with that if I can, help the elf ghost pass into the afterlife.
I'm betting on it still being like a fucking hoax and there's just a guy in the walls singing at night.
Well, then he's getting a lecture from Mom.
Mom hopped up on Xanax.
Listen here, you little shit. Like, get out.
Do you know how
comment at all?
Do you know how inappropriate it is to scare good people when they sleep? You should be ashamed of
So
yourself.
I know we talked about this last time, but what was the one of them was like the like scum and villainy place. One of them
So
was
the-
the haunted one.
Washington Downright.
The 3 inns that I have write-ups for are the Blade and the Stars, which is kind of like the mid-tier, like nice but not too nice, like inn with like clean beds and good drink, and generally no problems outside of the fact that like the proprietor is having relationship issues with their estranged spouse. The Elf Song Tavern is nice, but is a tourist trap that has a ghost problem. And occasionally there's some rough and tumble fighting that goes on, and then there is the Blushing Mermaid, which is like this weird, like Winchester House style, like stack of rooms upon hallways that go nowhere, and it's where all of the criminals like to hang out.
Okay, so really realistically, only me and Bou would really know places in the city. More so, well, actually, not even more so me. We both know the same amount of places in the city.
And Law has a
Places,
vested interest in not going to
Yeah,
the Blushing Mermaid.
strongly against going to the Blushing Mermaid.
I quizzically asked, why?
Oh, I might have like jumped out on a few hundred tabs over there. Like,
I see. I mean,
So Blushing Mermaid it is then.
oh god, no.
well, I'll tell you what.
Like,
We'll make this
you
fair.
guys go find the room.
We'll
You
make-
guys go find the room, and I'll sneak in through the window. Then fuck.
Let's play a game for it. And then we'll cut it short. And if you want, we can just roll 1d20 and see who rolls the highest.
All right.
Sure. Do your thing.
Oh no!
Oh yeah!
Oh
So-
boy, here I go dying again.
So I beat you at whatever fucking game you decide to play. Obviously, you're sitting here gobsmacked, like, one more round, Just one more round.
Yeah, one more. Like, double or nothing.
And it's like, I think we're going to the mermaid place, you know.
What were you saying?
Personally, I have a vested interest in keeping Bou alive, so maybe we should stay somewhere else.
Yeah, because like
would
at
not
this
be-
point, when he's trying to get everyone to go to Blush and Mermaid, you'll see Ball like getting visibly fucking and just like start fucking flop sweat going on and like fucking going a bit pale and shit. Like, guys, can like I know we're having a laugh here, but like no, like let's not go with the Blush and Mermaid. Like there's
Might I also add that it would be more prudent for us to stay closer to the crime scenes.
That is.
the Blazing Stars is like in the middle, or close enough to everywhere. Like close to the gate, close to the two places where we're going to be looking.
Okay, so I take a moment of enjoying my pride of beating this shitty little drunk halfling at any game. Not that it's hard.
You and about 100 other people.
Yeah, not that it's hard. And then I can clearly see he's actually about to shit bricks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, ah, well, let's try another place.
Oh, thank God. Like, visible relief. Like,
Visible relief. You really do just shit your pants, just not bricks
Yeah.
this time.
Like, I don't mind the smell, it's just the corpses in the mortuary.
But yeah, so
So
Blade
not
in
the
the
mermaid
Stars,
place,
then?
not the mermaid place, but the other one.
Blade and Stars or
Blade
Elf's
Stars,
on Tavern.
Elson Tavern, which means Hillary's gonna have fun.
I'ma
Oh,
find that ghost.
I'm a find
I'm
that
afraid of no
ghost.
ghost. Who are you gonna call? Mom, Buster.
Fuck's sake.
So we're all in agreement that's the place to go.
Yeah.
Sounds
well,
like.
Actually, I think I should like to stand watch over the area.
Alright, bye, Batman.
I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
No, you're a
dear
circus
man.
performer. We've been through this.
they?
What?
Lushin' man.
You're a circus performer. We've been through this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but
Right,
he's
that-
going to go and walk the tightropes on the fucking wrist, you know? If
That is true. So yeah, it's like it is getting on towards evening. The sun is starting to set as you depart, leaving this poor confused young man whose sister has just been arrested by the city watch to stand on the street just being like, "But no, seriously. What am I supposed to do?"
Sounds like a you problem, my dude.
You got your work cut out for you.
Just don't go back in there. Find somewhere else.
And don't go into the basement.
Don't ever go in the basement.
Go
I
in
fucking
the
told you,
basement.
basement's haunted.
But yeah, and it's a short, relatively short trip from here to the Elf Song, as you can see on the map, I'm sure.
Mhm.
Let me make sure I'm looking at the same screen that you are. Yeah, like it's basically just down the road. So again, this is one of those like you pass by like a small crowd of Baldur's Gate citizens. Like the people on the street are starting to thin out as evening sets in and people are headed home or to wherever it is they're going to drink for the evening before they stagger home much later in the evening. And as the shadows get longer and the air coming off of the bay gets a little chillier, like there's that palpable like aura of malice that the city just happens to have. Like Ray and Baugh, you're probably used to this feeling of like there could be someone hiding in the shadows ready to stab you for your gold at any time. But those of you who this is the first time you've been to Baldur's Gate, it is perhaps a new and somewhat bone-chilling feeling to feel like the entire city has an eye on you and what value it can extract out of you, whether that be through a con or through a blade, right? Definitely leaves you with the desire to get off the street, I would think, except for maybe Vert. I don't know, like, how are you feeling about stalking criminals, Batman?
I love it.
He's gonna have like a fucking necklace of trophies for the night
Baldur's
before.
Gate shape-shifting Batman as opposed to Chinese electric
But you
Batman.
arrive at the elf song. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'll ask you a question Hillary asked me last night.
Yeah.
How do you obtain 12,000 teeth?
Don't worry about it.
Very, very carefully.
Or very forcefully.
This
You-
is the
you
part where
asked-
we go, but oh god, we still need to go back to the wagon.
You exhume a lot of bodies. I mean, yeah, there is the refugees outside the village as well.
I
that
mean,
you-
we
or
decided
outside
we
the
were
city.
going to deal with that tomorrow. Because that's
Yeah.
a lot of shit. But, like,
Yeah,
like,
precisely.
like,
And like they can take care of themselves for the time being, probably.
Yeah, I
Probably.
mean it's.
I mean,
it's
you were
been
wondering
less
where
than
those
a day.
12,000
They're
teeth
fine.
came from?
That's unfortunate. But yeah, so the Elf Song Tavern itself is it's a fairly nice looking building. Its construction style is a bit older, in that way that like in the real world, or well, this is more an American thing than a British thing, I think. But some buildings get designated as historical sites, and then while things around them get knocked down and rebuilt, like that building remains the same, and its construction style is kind of an
Out of place,
anachronism that sticks out from the rest of everything around it. And this is that kind of thing where it's like a 3-story building where like the ground floor is clearly like stone or some kind of brick, and then the 2 floors that come up above that are that sort of like Tudor style where it's kind of like the whitewashed with like the like the crossed hatched like wood boards like set in it. And like a blue like slate roof or whatever, and standing outside of the main entrance to the building, next to like a really like well manicured like shrubbery, is this big like beef slab of a man, like probably fully 7.5 feet tall, incredibly muscular, kind of like almost like Cro-Magnon-esque features, very like forward sloping brow, narrow eyes, underbite with like little tusks sticking up, and he's got a club leaning against the wall next to him that I don't know, was probably part of a wagon at some point before he repurposed it into a weapon. And this big, huge man just kind of like eyeballs you as you approach the building, and when you're close enough to be in earshot or whatever, he holds up a hand, and he's just like he holds up a hand to look at his hand as though there is something written on his palm, and he's like, welcome to Elf Song. We don't want no trouble.
Charming.
That's excellent. Neither do we.
Don't bust up brain cell there,
Does
chunk.
do either me or Bo recognize who he is?
You've probably heard that, like, the elves, like, last time you were in town, like, you probably heard that the Elf Song had a problem with, like, a couple of guild, gangs getting into a dispute here, and there being, like, a rather unfortunate knife fight. And so the Elf Song Tavern has, since the last time you visited, acquired new additional security to keep people from behaving poorly. But otherwise, he's not trying to extort you for money or anything. He's just here to set the tone, as it were.
We're not looking for any trouble, we're just looking for a bed and a drink.
Yeah, and you say bed and drink, and he like squints at the palm of his hand again, and he's like, price is good, bed's fair. And then he like looks at his hand again, and he's like, no, bed's good, price is fair, and like nods to himself, and then motions to the door.
I grunt and go, unga boonga. Walk in.
And so yeah, you head inside, and it's like CRPG tavern.wave or whatever.
Yeah.
There's someone like over by the roaring fireplace who's gently like plucking away at a lute. There is
Ding, diddle-a-ding, ding, diddle-a-ding, ding.
Fucking Bard Opry, do it.
I know.
Right.
This is the part where I walk in and then, like I just hear the little tune being
Hello there,
played in the
Trevor.
background, and I'm just I'm visibly like annoyed. I just have this horrific, awkward, annoyed look on my face, and I'm like, God damn it! God, I can't take it anymore. God damn it! It's out of tune. Oh!
Are you literally screaming about their out of tune lute in the middle of the bar?
Yeah.
At this point,
Yeah.
I'm already over at the bar, and I'm
Go
pointing over
again.
it.
So
Yeah,
I'm,
let's
I'm at
go.
the bar pointing at. Sorry, I'm at the bar and I'm pointing at Lucina, and I'm like, she's the one that's going to cover my tab. Like, and I'll just start ordering shit. Like,
Oh my goodness. Well, let me set the tone then for a moment. You have like this open like tap room that has like several like round wooden tables around which sit chairs and stools. There's a fair amount of patrons that have wandered in because it's late in the evening, and you hear like the susurrus of conversation and the clinking of glasses. There's a couple of barmaids that are like busily like running around taking orders and delivering like fine smelling food. At the back of the room from where you enter, there's a fine like bar that is old but well polished. Polished enough that like mugs can just be slid across the surface without much in the way of friction. There are a few like booths set off to one side that can have curtains drawn in front of them so that people can have private conversations. And then there is a large roaring hearth with what appears to be a stuffed owlbear head mounted above it on one wall. And it's over there that the bard in residence for the evening is plucking away on their out of tune lute. And none of the patrons seem to take much notice of you as you enter, walking past this very like prominently placed suit of armor that is sitting by the front door, and kind of between the front door and the stairs that wind up into the upper floors above. And Ba, you were able to make your way over to the bar. I don't know what the rest of you are doing, but in the meantime, as Ray like quickly becomes annoyed by the fact that the bard is out of tune and begins his outburst, you hear like just the plink of like a very like upset like lute note played in anger as
So-
he like stops and looks across the room and locks eyes with you, Ray.
So I turn to Hillary's character and I'm like, listen, can I get a drink? Just the one drink.
Lucina, you are the one with the credit card.
So Annie is going to very quietly say to Ray, breathe.
Here, I've got that good kush.
She probably does.
I know, right?
Probably.
Like,
She's got a pouch full of infinite spice.
Oh, would that even be considered a spice?
I mean, fuck it, why not?
I mean,
I mean, it can be an ingredient.
yeah,
And it
there
is
you
a
go.
A stoner wizard made this bag of spice. He's like, fucking, he's got the kush in there too.
Hillary,
But-
like still there?
Yeah, she just came in. She had a question. She's coming back right now.
No worries.
But yeah, I guess
Sorry, I'm here. Did somebody have a question for me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was asking you if
Ray
you
was
would-
asking you to buy him a drink.
I needed you to buy me a drink.
As you hold the
I
credit card.
I'm already at the bar,
Buy him a
running up a
drink.
tab.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so by the time you approach the bar, Lucina, to buy him a drink, Boasting Ba is already there with like a couple of shot glasses lined up
Like,
already.
Shot glass, a pint of ale, and like a chicken in front of me. Like,
Annie will follow, but not after smiling apologetically to the poor bard with the out-of-tune lute.
Yeah.
So-
and you are provided with the drink, Ray.
So I'll take the drink and I'll wander down to the lovely bard over there with the loot. and I'm gonna sit down next to him. I'm gonna smile and just pat him on the shoulder and just go, "Take a minute. Go ahead. Take the drink. I'll and go get a seat. I'll tell you when you can come back."
Yeah, and he kind of like he gives you that like death stare, right? Like you've got the drink in your hand, you're patting him on the shoulder like you're old friends, and you've never met this guy in your life. He's a very unassuming looking human with it's kind of a rickety old instrument, but he's you know, he's busking, he's doing what he can, and he's just like, what gives you the right to just barge in on someone's performance and make demands of them, sir?
This is the part where I pull out the
we
medallion from
go.
the
Oh, no, Cass, you should have just turned around him with fucking talent, like. So you start having a fucking awesome
So
ball.
I'll just pull out my fucking viol off wherever the hell it is. I don't even know where I'm holding it. And I'll
Sure,
just-
instrument space, that's fine.
yeah, and I'll just put my feet up. I'll sit down, put my feet up on a table, and just lean back on a chair. And I'm like, don't worry about it.
Yeah, so you pull
So-
out your instrument, and you've got and he's like, so it's a duel then, is it?
Oh, yeah, you see, sir.
The
Perhaps,
devil went
but
down to Baldur.
perhaps I'll add a handicap. Because clearly you're a much more capable musician, so I need some help. And I'll beckon to Siani.
At which point I'll raise an eyebrow, but obligingly come over. Not before stealing a shot from Bou.
I'll offer you my bagpipes as you take the shot.
Oh no.
I mean, I was literally just gonna show her like 2 different notes on a flute and just say, just keep doing that.
I mean, I think the bagpipes would be more hilarious. Like, she's more than welcome to like decline the offer.
She's better with drums.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe you
Toya
just use
a
the
fucking
table.
Lock
Fuck.
Horizon. It's Toya.
Her instrument is a hand drum.
Do you have one on you though?
I believe I don't. It was something I was supposed to choose at the beginning, but I didn't know how to choose it.
Oh, sure, you have one then. That's fine. If
Okay.
it should have come with your equipment, then certainly you have one.
Okay.
So, what do you do then? I've beckoned you down and you're just gonna pull your
I mean, the real question I think she should have is, what is it that you need me for, right? Like,
Well, yeah, you're the one that called me over.
yes, explain your intention, sir.
You see, well, this fine gentleman here is yeah, he's a fine gentleman. But I think he needs a little bit of work, and I can't. He's just so talented. I can't do it on my own. I need some help.
I see.
Yeah, and he's like still squinting at you, especially when Siani arrives, and he's like, "Sir, I believe you're mocking me."
Oh, no, I'm not mocking you. Not at all. Though, in the event I would definitely make sure to mention your strings are fucking terrible. I'll just, he's like not took the drink, so I'll just take the drink and
Yeah.
swig it. It's like, so, there's
You
two
did
ways
do
there's 2 ways we can go about this. We can drink the alcohol until one of us passes out, declaring a victor, or we sit here and have a showdown right here, right now.
Yeah, and he sniffs, and he's like, he holds up a hand, and he's like, "Alan," and
Alan.
the bartender like
Alan?
looks up, and is like, "Aye," and he's like, "Bring me a bottle. I need to show this young upstart what's what." And like, his accent has obviously changed, and he shrugs off his rather like ratty looking coat that he's been wearing, and he picks up his lute again, and he begins to like tune it like very quickly, doing like the ding 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 until like the lute is like in the proper tune, and he's like,
Fucking hustling you, man.
"I'll have you know that I trained at the musical conservatory of Neverwinter, but these fellows," and he motions to the people in the audience, "don't appreciate high art, so I have debased myself to make my money. But if you should like to have a real challenge," and he like plays a perfect chord on his lute, "then I am ready for you."
So
I can get him ready.
I burst out, I burst out in a bit of laughter, and then obviously the emotion's drawn a little bit of attention. So I just look around the bar and it's just like, everyone, want to watch a Ponce get loose in a battle of musical instruments?
Yeah, and like people are like turning their heads and they're looking towards the fire and the two bards that are preparing to duel, and like there are people like standing up and they're like moving their chairs and they're getting closer, and there's like a cheer that goes up from some of the regulars where they're just like, "Yeah, this is gonna be great."
Right,
Two bards and one confused druid.
Can I quickly get to the front and start taking bets? Like,
We were going
Sure.
to take a seat beside Ray, watching this with interest, waiting for
Absolutely.
her cue, so to speak.
So yeah, you run down to the front and you got like, I don't know,
Yeah.
have you picked up like a bowl or a plate or something? And you're...
I picked up like I've took my stool with me from the bar, so I'm standing on that, like, so I'm at eye
Yeah.
level with everyone. And I'm just standing there like with a fucking sheet of paper, and I'm like taking bets. Who's winning? What's your wager?
Wonderful. And Lucina, Vert, what are you doing while all of this nonsense is going on?
Lucina has gone into mom cheerleader mode and has a little banner suddenly with around.
I like to imagine anyone she's just sitting there like, ha ha, boys will be boys.
How about you, Vert? How are you feeling about all this nonsense?
I'm standing just inside the door on the right side.
Oh,
Just watching? Nothing more?
he's
Just me-
lurking.
Just mean mugging everybody that walks by me.
You're not even gonna get some food, you're just gonna stand there in the door.
I don't like places with people.
Oh, that's fair.
He's just gonna stand over there being creepy. It's fine.
Comfort is the gateway to negligence in Vert's mind.
Fair enough. So yeah, like the other bard like looks at you and he's like, "Well then, I suppose," and it's probably one of those like the scene in like Back to the Future or whatever, where he's like, he gives you like a time scale and like a key, and then he's just like, just keep up or whatever, and then he begins playing. And I imagine that the shot is like it's like a back and forth like dueling banjos kind of situation where he
Yeah.
plays a little bit and then you play a little bit and then it
Yeah.
goes back and forth.
Except it gets one verse, then it gets another verse, then he kicks it up a notch, and then I kick it up a notch, and then he probably does something ridiculous, like a completely massive solo play thing that lasts far too long. And then
Right.
I'll just sit there and go, right, I guess there's only one thing to do then. And I'll use I throw my motive potential out,
Yeah.
and I'll use it on Siani, and it'll just sort of dance around her, and I'll just go, that's your cue if you're able to do anything. And I'll use a performance of creation, and I'll pull out
Yep.
something that is basically some sort of medieval amplifier.
Okay.
He's just whipped out a fucking boombox.
And-
You
He's
realize
like,
that makes
Johnny.
you the devil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drop
And
me
I
a
just
fat
like,
beat. I'm about to murder this man's whole career.
and I just kick the chair back, I kick the table forward, and I'm just like, I don't know, thunder wave, I don't know.
Power metal on your reveal.
Power metal on my viol with
Oh my god.
with
Okay.
backup by Siani.
So yeah, we get this whole like situation plays out in like excruciating like 2-camera detail where it's like kicking back and forth between the two performers on stage. But Ball, who did you bet on? Did you bet on Ray or did you bet against Ray?
I bet on Ray.
Okay.
So did I.
How much are you putting down?
I'll put on like 5 gold pieces.
Okay. Just want to have that established before we go ahead. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll a performance check for the other bard, and then you can roll a performance check with advantage because of all of the extra links that you're going to. And whomever has the higher performance check is the one who does better in this little like duel of loot and veal, right?
Yeah.
So
Oh shit! The other thing is that I forgot I'm actually a dancer as well, so I'll just be like dancing in circles.
sure,
So-
makes perfect sense to me.
I
If
guess
everybody
what
could please-
Sayani will be doing after handing 5 gold to the bookie.
No. What'd you say, Lucina?
If everybody could please take a moment to see the video that I posted in Shoot and Shit, this is what's going through my mind right now.
Oh,
Oh my god, yes.
Yeah.
That's what I had in my mind as well.
that's the first thing that came to my mind.
Yup.
There's Yanni on
Alright.
drum.
Oh.
But I guess Sayani's gonna reach into her pack and take out the hand drum. Sit there and consider a moment.
Ray, you fucking suck. Right, can I just disappear with all the bets I've took?
And a band of demons joined in, and it sounded something like this.
But yeah, what were you saying, Lucina? Or
The
not
video.
Lucina, Siani.
But yeah, she would just literally just consider for a moment, take out her drum, and then start doing a rhythmic beat that could be picked up into.
Yeah. So okay. So I think with this result,
But
given that he's beaten you, but not by that much, right? Like it's only like a margin of 5. So, like the crowd is cheering, right? Like everybody is having like the best time of their life, and like what happens is like you do all of this stuff where you put out your moat and you produce like the song of creation to create the amplifier to increase the volume, and people are just like absolutely like cheering, and this other bard that you're dueling with is just like he's just like
Clearly
enough,
flustered.
you know, like he like swipes his hand through the air and like demands like silence and everyone's attention, and he waits for you to stop, right? And once you give him the floor, he like kicks over a chair. Like he does this thing where he runs and kind of like jumps from the little like stage that he's on and like puts like one foot on the seat of the chair, the other foot like on the chair back, and like tips it forward and like flips up onto a bar table and begins playing even harder than before. And just like he kind of smokes you, right? Like by the time he's done, he just like fully like does that last power chord and holds the lute up in one hand and the pick up in the other, and it's just like, "Are you not entertained?" And the whole bar just like roars, and then people turn to Bo Sing Ba and they hold out their hands, being like, "Oh, about them bets there,
Right.
Halfling."
See when he's doing that big flourish at the end and it's obvious Ray's just been put in his fucking corner. Like, can I just sneak away with all the bets I took and like fuck off?
Yes, give me a stealth check.
Mom says no, she's gonna try and stop Bo.
I'm taking advantage because I'm going to use a lucky point on this. Like,
Fair enough.
You should have inspired yourself, Ray.
oh,
I should have inspired myself instead of Siani, but it's fine.
it should have.
If I use DM inspiration, that gives me advantage on the roll, right?
Yes.
Sweet,
Mom,
I'm
no.
gonna use inspiration. Aww.
Aww.
yes.
You just
Yeah,
miss
so-
his collar as he's running away, you know?
He's running away like a fucking leprechaun with his bag of gold.
Yeah, everyone turns to look for the bookie, And the bookie
And the
is
bookie's
gone.
booked it.
And Lucina, you realize, like, as people are like, hey, where'd that halfling go with the money? Like, they're looking around, and, like, you don't see him either. Like, no matter how hard you try to look, like, he has disappeared somewhere in the crowd, or perhaps slipped outside. I don't know, like, where are you trying to get away to? Like, where
I
do
mean,
you...
like, if I've just stole all the gold off everyone there, I've just fucked off to the Blade and Stars, like, for an hour.
Oh my god. Alright. So yeah, you stumble night and kind of like bounce away down the street, like clicking your heels like a leprechaun with a bag of
Yeah.
gold.
Posting
Go ahead
Bou in
and-
the hood.
Go ahead and mark down like 30 gold pieces, I guess.
Right, sweet.
No, you have just extracted from the crowd, and like, you know, it's possible that like this might result in a bit of a riot as these people are just like, oh, he ran off with our money, and then you like they're like pointing at Ray and they're like, he must have been in on it, right? Like they came in together, but like before it can get out of hand, like a note that you haven't heard before and that like neither you nor the other bard are responsible for playing, like pierces the atmosphere of the inn, and like everyone quiets down, and you hear this very like soft, like lovely voice like begin singing, and like the voice fills the room, and it's this haunting ephemeral tone of a clearly like elven in language, and like it has like the quality of a dirge, right? And it almost seems to cast a spell over the audience. Like the people in the tavern like quiet down and like return to their seats and take up their drinks, and they just listen as this song of ancient sadness and regret plays out over like the following 5 minutes. And like it has an effect on some of the people here, where like you can actually see some of them starting to like tear up as they listen to it, and it's only by virtue of the ghost of the Elf Song Tavern making an appearance when she did that we are able to avoid yet another riot, though this time it would have been Bo Sing Paw's fault.
Again,
Okay,
Baldur's Gate's dumb as criminals.
I need to find the ghost. What do I roll to look for it?
Well,
The other question is, are we affected by this song as well?
I think that depends on you, right? Like,
So
I will-
for me personally, I think Ray would, well, just kind of walk towards the bar, just like seeing his clearly superior player still on the fucking bar, just like, come down, I'll buy you a drink.
yeah, and like the other bard, like, you know, hops down and like he takes a little bow and he's just like, sorry to put you on the spot. I just had to make certain that there was no doubt in anyone's mind about how talented I actually am. But let me buy you a drink. All the better that I be the gracious winner. Yes, and so you kind of have your seat and you get to listen to the song, and like I said, it depends on the rest of you present, like whether or not the song affects you, right? Like it's lovely and it's ancient, and like even if you don't understand Elven, like you can understand this like deep, like ageless sadness that just suffuses the words and the meter and the tone, right? And it's like listening to that good shit that gets like right to your emotional core if you are the kind of person who is emotionally moved by music, right? It's not magic, it's just beautiful. Now, as to how you can find the ghost, I suppose you could pose the question to the innkeeper, or you could try to go around like just seeking it out by way of like an arcana or religion check.
Literally phasmophobia. Elf in person, just give us a sign.
I will try a religion check and see what happens.
Sure.
Wow, I ain't finding no ghost.
Or you find every ghost except the one you want.
I guess, like, here's the question, right? Like, we've established in previous time that you are good at like rooting out this like undead situation and dealing with the dead in general based off of your deity and also like, you know, just like knowledge that you've accrued over time. What is the problem? Like, what prevents Lucina from? Is this a lack of focus, or is this like a confusion situation? Like, what do you think is the problem?
Probably distracted by the song.
Sure.
Out of curiosity,
Yeah.
Sandy would have an interest in spirits, but I don't think it would be necessarily religion based.
Sure, you could go with like Arcana.
Arcana. Though it's pretty much the same equivalent for either one.
Sure.
Hold on, I'm reading my class features real quick because I think there's something I can use.
Sure.
And I'm guessing it would be Arcana or Perception are the only things that would really make sense for her. So
Yeah, I think Arcana is probably going to be like Perception might let you know if there's like a localized like event that
Yeah.
you can suss out. Arcana might be more I don't know, might be the more like general skill check that might tell you more about the okay, what does this do? Sense the presence of undead whose existence. As an action, you can open your awareness to magically detect undead. Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any undead within 60 feet that isn't behind total cover, that isn't protected from divination magic. Yeah, okay. Go ahead and make that check, Siani. Let's see what you get.
Not much.
Okay. Yeah, like with a 10, like there is definitely a ghostly presence. Like obviously, like it's that like there's definitely a ghost here. It's like no shit. Like you can hear it singing, but it's one of those like it confirms that it's not someone hiding in the walls like singing a ghostly sounding song. Like there is definitely spiritual presence here.
Okay.
It's hard for you to localize though, and I think with Lucina's ability it becomes more clear why you are having trouble localizing it, and that is, Lucina, ghosts and revenants and the like are they're often bound to like objects, or they're held in place by unfinished business, or you know, any number of things can like metaphysically anchor a spirit in place, but usually it is not so grand as to be an entire building. But in this case, it's like the ghostly energy like suffuses the entire space, like right down to the nails holding the boards together.
Huh.
Alright, guess I need to start talking to people about the history of this place.
Perhaps so. I assume you're going to go to talk to the bartender or some such.
Yes.
Okay. So you approach the bar. We've established that Ray and this other bard, whose name is like like Valdi or something like that are sitting there like sharing a couple of drinks, and he's talking to you about like he's like, how did you do that thing with the little magic box that makes it louder? Can I learn to do that? And you know, the bartender is kind of minding his own business. But when you approach, he looks up and he kind of like arches an eyebrow, and he's like, can I help you, miss? More drinks or something of the sort?"
Well, I was actually hoping I could ask you some questions about the history of this building. I'm quite curious about the elven ghost that seems to permeate the entire building.
Hmm. Yeah. He like kind of lifts his hand and like runs his fingers back through his like graying hair. The bartender's a half elf for what it matters, much like Ray, but like old, right? Like he recently turned, 75, like deep wrinkles in his features. Um and like you ask about the spirit, and he's like, you one of them ghost chasing tourists? Heard about the phenomenon and want to know about the story, is it?
Well, I'm actually a cleric of Kalimfor, and it seems that the spirit might be suffering and holding on to unfinished business, and I'd like to help it if I'm able to.
Yeah, and he does that kind of like reverse like up nod thing where like his chin lifts as you explain, and then he like considers your words and he nods like back down slowly, and he's like, I understand. Hoping to do a good deed and help a spirit on to the other side, is it? Well, it's a noble cause, but you'll not have been the first, miss. I doubt you'll be the last. But, as it is, I can tell you that in my long years, the ghost has always been here. The ghost was here when my mother was here, and when her mother was here. It's been 200 years or more, probably, at this point. No one's exactly sure of what happened, but it's understood that the elven lass who haunts this place had a lover who was among the pirate crews that once made up the bulk of Baldur's Gate's sailors, and he left for the sea one day, never returned, her with child who never came to term, and the heartbreak of losing them both, well, that was that for her, they say. And this inn that the two of them owned together, that they shared, it became her anchor, her point of reference here on the mortal plane, where she remains, waiting for something. We're not really sure what, but every attempt to see her on has been thus far unsuccessful.
That's an incredibly touching story. I'm so sorry that she had to go through that. Well, I understand that nobody else has been successful before, but I feel it would be the right thing to do for me to at least try.
Yeah, and he nods, and he kind of like leans forward a little bit, and he's like, "Milady, don't think me overly crass, and please refrain from hitting me when I say this, but the song is a big part of my business, so whilst it would be good to see the spirit onward, and perhaps if you can find the proper answer, I might be able to parlay into some sort of continued tourism for the moment. It benefits me more that she remain."
Overhearing this conversation, I'll go up to Lucinia and say, "Hey, don't we have a blank check from the guards? Can we just give this guy shitloads of money?
And Ray gets kicked in the shin by the
Mom!
Go home, Ray. You're drunk.
bar. Well, sir, I understand your plight with this situation, and I understand that it could affect your livelihood, but I must try to help her, and if I am able to help her, I will do everything I can to assist you to keep your business running profitably.
Yeah, and he kind of like leans back and gives like a shrug, and he's like, I know that I can't tell a Kellamite to not help the dead. I'm a pious man. I shan't stand in your way, but I do hope that whatever resolution you find to this situation is one that doesn't leave me out in the lurch.
I assure you I will do everything I can to help both the spirit and you keep your business running. I don't want to destroy the life of the living just because I'm doing my duty and helping the dead.
Yeah, and he smiles at that, and he reaches under the bar and he pulls out and like as he like goes to pull something out and he thinks better of it. And he's like, "You drink, sister?"
No, I normally drink tea, but I do partake of spirits every now and then.
It's funny, right? Because you with the undead, right?
She's gonna grin, happy that he caught the pun.
Yeah.
Finally,
And he's like,
someone who appreciates my humor.
yeah, and he turns around and like he decides better of reaching under the bar, and he turns around to like the spirits that are on the back wall, and he's like, "Have your pick, ma'am. Whatever you wish. Least I can do."
I trust you to make a recommendation. The dead is my area of expertise, and yours is, spirits, I suppose.
Yeah, and so he reaches
You guys
up.
are both spirit experts.
He chuckles and like reaches up and he pulls down some sort of like top shelf like Eventier brandy or whatever,
Ooh.
and pours you a drink, and he sets it in front of you, and he's like, "It's not every day that one of your spirit magicians, or whatever it is that you like to call yourselves, come in here and counsel me about the undead and spirits passing on, and then have the good sense to say that they respect the living as much as they respect the dead. So for that, this one's on the house."
I will raise the glass to him and say, "Oh, thank you very much for understanding the nuances of my profession. I know not all clerics think the same way I do, but when you think about it, the dead were once living, so why should we respect the living any less than the dead?"
Yeah, and he nods and he's like, "That's a very fine, enlightened position." And as he's saying it, like, you get the feeling that he has dealt with people like you a lot in his 75 years of life, and most of the time they have been very insistent that their way is the best way and have had no patience for what he has had to say.
Poor guy.
Yeah, and so he discusses like the situation with you a little bit more, and over the following discussion, I think you kind of like suss out that like there must be something more than just like the elf's relationship to like her missing husband and her missing and like her miscarried child and like the building, like there's a suspicion that maybe it's like a curse or some sort of like self-imposed curse, or perhaps there's an object somewhere else in the world that like is serving as like an additional anchor point, because like trying to purge the building itself has not been successful. Like the ghost has literally been pushed to the point where it has like disappeared for a couple of days and no one has heard the song, and then like long after the person trying to exorcise the building has left, the ghost has returned.
Okay.
So it's one of those situations where this is probably going to require a bit more like research and examination than simply just staying here the night, but
Yeah.
as it is, like you at least have a fairly decent place to begin like this investigation, I think. And this conversation and the conversation that Ray is having with this other bard probably goes on like for an hour or so, like into the night, leaving, you know, Siani, you and Vert to, I don't know, like at some point, do you just like leave Vert? Because it seems like nothing is happening.
Probably once they've decided to go to bed.
Yeah.
You know, if they start heading up, I'll tell them that I was serious. I'm gonna go scout the area. I'm gonna go find a tall building and perch up.
Tall building and brood over it.
I'm not gonna brood over it. I'm not brooding. I'm watching.
No, you're
Sure.
gonna be brooding.
Oh my god.
And
When
so,
has
yeah.
Beard ever brooded?
I can
Like,
do
all the time?
whatever the fuck I want.
No.
But
Vert just standing on a tall building, jacking off. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
but yeah, for what it's worth, when you do finally go to take rooms, like obviously you have the flaming fist badge and the expense account or whatever, and the like, because you both you and Ray have done such a good job of like endearing yourself to the patrons and to the bartender, like he kind of like gives you some side eye when it turns out that you're working for the Flaming Fist, and he's just like, well, I guess they aren't all bad, and it doesn't seem like you're here to collect taxes, so you know, and he provides you with however many rooms you need, right? Like if you want to split rooms between like the boys and the girls, like that's fine, or however you wish, but he's able to provide you with room and dinner and, you know, a few more drinks. And
I think it's more like
Oh.
the boy and the girls. And
Yeah.
because Beard's gonna be out all night fucking scouting,
Yeah.
and nobody knows where Boasting Boy is.
Yeah, speaking of Bosingba, we cut over to a different inn, like several blocks away, and it's like we get the outside shot. It's a much nicer, like more modern looking building than the Elf Song Tavern. Above the door is hanging what appears to be like an enchanted kite shield, that has like a glowing image of a longsword on it, and there's like twinkling like star like motes that like rain down from the shield.
Oh my god.
And it just says like the blade and the stars or whatever above it in like really fine like calligraphy, like lettering. And you walk inside and it's like, compared to the Elf Song Tavern, like this place seems pretty posh. And like it's a much more subdued like drinking atmosphere inside. There's an older couple who are having like
Oh my god.
nice like
It-
chicken dinner.
There are only two people who will understand this. Hillary and Maya. It's like when you went from Finn and M's hotel to the Bellagio.
Oh my god, yes.
Because the
Or like
Bellagio was oh.
Mhm. You mean like going from Finn and M's circus room to their first room?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so like it's not the highest tier of inns in Baldur's Gate, but it's probably the nicest inn in the Lowtown. So like the common folk who live down here in Lowtown who fancy themselves a bit richer, this is the place that they go when they want to have a nice meal and a good drink, right? That's the kind of atmosphere that you stumble into with your bag of ill-gotten 30 gold pieces.
So like, I walk in the door and I straighten up my clothes that are maybe still a wee bit tattered. Oh no, fuck, the demon fixed our clothes and shit, didn't they?
Yeah, he did.
Right, so I like straighten up and then walk in and just slap the gold down on the bar and order myself a bottle of fucking like whiskey and ask him if he's got a booth that I can sit and enjoy it and like
Yeah, you belly up to the bar. You
Yeah,
order a
like, just
bottle of
straight.
whiskey, and
Yeah.
he like once he sees the money, he's just like, ah, yes, sir. And he pulls down like a bottle and puts it in front of you, and he sets out a shot glass, and you ask for a booth, and he's like, oh, of course. And he does like a little like clapping like motion with his hands, and like a waiter comes around and is like, if you will, and like takes you over to a booth to sit down with your drink. And then once you're settled in, he kind of like looks at you for a moment. He's like, do you need a booster seat, sir?
Sure, why not? I'll spoil myself tonight.
Yeah, and so they bring that around, and he's like, will there be a meal this evening?
I mean, I had a bit of like starters earlier. I guess I'll have like steak and stuff. Like,
So yeah, you order a nice meal, then you have a bottle of whiskey, um, and you know, time passes. Do you just kind of like take in the sights while you eat and drink?
Marcus,
Yes,
I,
you.
I have the best idea.
What's up, man?
I want to track him.
Okay.
what's that?
Fuck's sake.
I think yes. Like you after a little while of getting bored, you poke your head out into the streets outside. It has become dark. And
Yeah.
you look around and you find evidence of where your halfling friend has gone, Vert, and eventually it leads you the 3 or 4 blocks to where the Blade and Stars is. And the trail clearly goes inside.
Can I walk inside?
Sure. I'm just, you know, that was more of a what do you do kind of statement. So yeah, the door opens and in walks the Leshen. You're still sitting in your booth enjoying your meal, Bou. What do you do?
Oh, I
Fucking
want to.
hide.
Hold on.
Like,
I want to.
we have to Vert and ask him if he wants any food. Like,
I want to try and hide from him, or
Oh my
mask my
God.
presence. If he's enjoying his steak, I just want to pick him up, like by the collar.
The thought of you actually picking him up out of his high chair is hilarious.
Yes. and just pick him up by the collar and go, I need you. And walk out and start walking towards like the crime scene that I'm going to observe overnight.
Yeah, so with that stealth check compared to that perception check, I think what happens is you get there and like another couple like walks in, and so you walk in behind them as the door opens, and we get that kind of like that thing that happens in like John Wick 3 or whatever, where like people walk past you and when they're gone, like you
Yeah.
have somehow disappeared, and then like you appear behind the booth that Bou is like sitting in and just pick him up and just like, I need you, and then you like walk outside and like there's still like part of the steak and some of your baked potato on the plate, and like half the bottle of whiskey is still there on the table as you're like being carried away, like legs kicking in the air.
But no, god damn it, that was a good whiskey, guys. That's fucking. That was my hard work tonight. Fuck.
See, you guys thought you had to worry about mom, but you really have to worry about dad.
Shit, you right.
I'll eventually just give up and like just hang there limply on his fucking arm as he's still carrying me, and I'm like, right, so what the fuck do you need me for, and why did you ruin my dinner?
I'm going to observe the crime scenes. I need your assistance.
Oh, this isn't going to end terribly for both of us.
Mm.
No, just carry on. Sorry.
So what's the plan?
I want to get a high view. I want Bou to
Oh,
have
no.
the ground view.
Oh, thank God. I thought you were going to ask him to do acrobatics to get on a roof again.
He's not. No, I mean it's not like he's gonna be bait. I just.
No,
you know,
just like keep an eye on the low ground and like
Yeah.
kind of survey.
and-
Okay, as you lay your plan out, I'm like nodding. I'm like, okay, fair enough.
And Marcus, this is just me spitballing, but a long rest, you don't actually have to sleep the whole time, right? As long as you're not doing any strenuous physical activity and you're just kind of like napping and keeping an ear out for stuff, that's still a long rest, right?
As long as you don't like craft or engage in a fight or do anything that is like difficult,
Mhm.
yeah, like that's why people can like take watch during a long rest and still get the benefit, right?
Okay.
Like, now, admittedly, like if you really do want the full benefit of a long rest, there will be times where like you will be asleep, right?
Yeah, but
like,
but that's why I brought Boss so we can switch off.
so yeah,
That's
you can
why
straight out.
that's why I need him.
Yeah. Right, fair enough.
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
I need
I don't think it's safe for me to go back to Elfsong, and the rooms at fucking
Sure.
Blade Star are looking a bit pricey.
Yeah, I mean, but like you also have that like 200 gold or whatever that you stole from the
Yeah.
necromancer that you haven't distributed. Like you definitely could have gotten a room there, and it would have
Yeah,
been
I
fine,
know.
and
I
no one would
definitely
have
could've.
known.
I definitely could have, but like, it's my gold. Like,
Okay, so when you say you want to go investigate the crime scenes, like paint this picture for me. Like, are you gonna go
Yeah.
like find Insight Park and like observe, or like what's the?
No, so in my mind I've mapped out this little area of where I expect the killer to be like living or working or whatever. I want to be somewhere in this area, high enough that I can see maybe like the roads leading to both crime scenes, you know what I mean? So like maybe Bo would be on the docks here,
Sure.
you know, in the main thoroughfare, and I could be up high like listening for screams or something, or like watching for suspicious people, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. So down in that part of town. Cool. I got you. And the two of you are going to be working together. And I would normally say. Normally I would say that like the two of you working together would give you advantage, but like there are only two of you, and in order for you to both get like the benefit of a long rest, you'll both have to sleep for at least 4 hours of the
Sure.
night. So I think I'm just gonna make this a straight up not advantage, not disadvantage roll. Whichever one of you would rather make the roll can, or I guess both of. Well, okay. If one of you is assisting the other, then one of you will roll.
Mhm.
If you each want to roll individually, then both of you will roll with disadvantage, and it will be an investigation check to see what you are able to like suss out. And I will make this check cover basically the entire night.
Okay, my investigation is kind of shit.
mine's is +1.
Okay, I've got +2.
Yeah.
Right, on you then.
Okay. So
Is it advantage or is it not advantage? Because he's helping me.
No,
do you have okay? So do you have inspiration?
I do.
I mean I do.
Okay, if you want to spend the inspiration, I'll let you have that 21.
Okay, I'll do that.
Cool. Also, if Ray, if you didn't have inspiration, please mark it. Lucina, if you didn't have inspiration, please mark it. And same for you, Baw.
I already used one today from a previous session.
Yeah,
Sure.
you used it, and he's giving you another one.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, so with that 21, I think here's what happens, right? You find like a steeple or some other tall like tower like structure that's sticking up from like one of the many buildings that's down near-ish the docks and kind of overlooking Insight Park. And like I don't know, where do you post up, Baw? Is it like on a box or like in a barrel? Like what's the halfway idea of what's
He'd
the
love to
halfway
be in a
idea
barrel,
of
wouldn't he?
unobtrusively observing the street?
Well, I mean, it's not the first time he spent outside, so he's just like pretending he's passed out drunk, like sitting in a fucking, I don't know, like.
He's
the
out there
docks,
pretending
there'll
he's
be, like,
passed
there'll be,
out
like,
drunk,
fishing-
wishing
there'll
he
be,
was
like,
passed
fishing
out drunk.
nets and like barrows and shit kicking about, so he'll just be like kind of lying on the fishing nets, trying to make himself comfy and keeping an eye like up and down the road.
Sure, all right, makes sense. So yeah, it like the night it passes like quietly, or as quietly as you like would expect in a city like this, right? You get the occasional like yowling of a cat, or like something somewhere like breaks, or a fight breaks out at one of the many taverns that line the docks, but like nothing that twigs either of your perceptions as being like particularly out of the ordinary occurs until, I don't know, like a little after midnight. And Vert, I think you're the one that becomes aware of it first, right? Because you have the high ground.
It's over.
It's
Fuck off.
over. And like it's the sound of like a struggle that is going on in a nearby alley,
Mhm.
as though like a group of people like are suddenly like met by unexpected resistance, and this is resulting in like shouting and then like the drawing of weapons and like the clash of steel, and it's coming from nearby.
I'm gonna throw a rock at Bo and tell him to look alive.
Alright, I'll look up at that and be like, fucking dick.
And I'm gonna do a whole bunch of weird hand signals, motioning which way I think it's coming from, and trying to describe the situation in sign language, which of course I'm sure Bo doesn't
I'm
understand.
just going to look at you, like, dead ass
Yo.
in the face, like, it's just like hands up, going, what the fuck?
I don't
like,
know. I picture you just looking back at him with a deep sigh, just
like
giving him the
staring
finger.
dumbly as fuck.
Just give him the
Aye,
fucking
like,
finger.
finger in the air, and I like give him the finger, like fucking start walking down, like
Oh my
towards
God.
the.
Yeah, and basically start making our way there.
Yeah. So as I see you moving, I'm like, alright, why can't you just fucking say that? Goddamn, like all these fucking hand signs. I don't fucking know sign language. Walking down the street, grumbling to myself, like fucking shit.
So funny. let me set something up here real quick. Let's see here. So yeah, you make your way like down from your perch, Vert, and you're heading towards this sound. Are you going to stay on the rooftops, or just characterizing it for me, right?
As much as possible, I think I would like to stay on the roof.
Okay. Fair enough. Let me get rid of all of these tokens that I do not need. On night vision 60 feet, because this version of Bau's token is wrong. I need a particular piece of artwork. Okay. Sorry, give me 1 second here.
Oh, good.
No worries.
I didn't think I was going to need this character this game session until this happened.
Throwing a wrench in the DM's plans. Yeah, boy!
I
Very nice.
appreciate like being
Very nice.
on my toes.
Do I get piety for screwing up your plans?
Probably. We'll get there when we get there. And I need fist. Okay. And then I need a commoner. And then quick and dirty GM map in the background. All right. Should set this to daylight mode just so everybody else can actually see it. Actually, you all should be able to see this anyway.
One sec.
No, I'm just like when I shift you over to this screen. I should go on the map layer. I should just be on the map and background layer the whole time. All right, this'll do. So, everyone can see this, yes?
Aw, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, what you have as you kind of get here, like, Ball, you're down at the bottom, like, looking around the corner into this alley. Vert, I've placed you up on the roof. You see there is, what appears to be a young woman who is wearing, like, tattered-looking armor. I'm sorry?
Map is black for
Am
me.
I supposed to be seeing a black square?
Hang on.
Same.
Let me see if I can turn
You-
the lighting off.
You probably have to put their tokens on the board.
Yeah, let me grab everybody else.
Yeah, you can just put them like in the top right corner or something. Spectre Vision.
Copy. You guys have sight now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll put you up here on the roof. So yeah, it's a young looking woman who's wearing like tattered looking armor and like a heavy like woolen cloak that she's using to keep the chill off from like the wind coming in off the bay. It like cloud cover has since moved in while you guys have been out like observing the city, and it's starting to sprinkle a little bit. It's a bit of like cold, like fall rain. And she's got like in one hand she's carrying a shield, which from your perspective, Vert, I think you can see clearly is emblazoned with the iconography of the Hell Riders. And in her other hand, she is wielding like a silver-plated longsword. And like there's a group of 4 men who are all like, well, okay, 2 of them you are certain are men. The other 2 are wearing like heavy black cloaks and are standing like to the back, and in the midst of the 4 of them is what appears to be like an unconscious person who has been like bound and gagged and is being drugged through the street. And like this kind of like natural like gap has formed in this like ongoing melee between these kidnappers and this woman who's trying to stop them, where they've taken a few steps back from each other, and like they're doing that thing in anime where they're kind of like breathing heavily with their weapons in hand and like sizing each other up before they like go back on the offensive. And that's like the scene that you kind of like enter in on.
Nice.
So what do?
I sit and watch.
Okay.
Shit.
I have no interest in these people yet. There's nothing in it for me yet.
Can
Sure.
you tell our fiends we are like fancy goggles?
Oh yeah, can I tell if any of them are fiends with my fancy goggles?
None of them are fiends, but there is like the slight like lick of illusionary flames at the edge of your vision as you look at the four of them, as though they have either recently been in contact with a fiend,
Mm-hmm.
or perhaps are carrying something that is in its own way fiendish.
Ooh, well that changes everything. Now it's go time, baby.
Yeah.
I will still wait, I think, for a round to see if Chick over here says anything, or if any of them say anything to kind of give me an idea of what's going on. Virt wouldn't probably just. And I
Yeah.
know Cass is going to give me shit for this. Probably wouldn't just blindly rush into an unknown situation.
Well, speaking of
Yes.
blindly,
Yes, even though he chased after the lady, but he knew what was going on there.
speaking of blindly rushing in, Ball, what are you doing? You see that
Oh
there's like
God!
there's a
He's
pause in
just-
a fight going on in an alley nearby.
He's just staggering in like, oh hey, what's going on over here? Like, fuck. Like laying it on thick as if he's really drunk and like just lost, like just kind of
Okay.
see what happens.
Oh, sorry. I also would like to circle around them if I can.
Sure. Right. Yeah, so you start to stagger into the alley, and like I think this gives us the kind of like dramatic moment where like the woman in question, like she lifts her sword and like points the tip of the blade at the kidnappers, and like when she speaks, like when I say a young woman, like I mean like a kid, right? Like the
Mhm.
tone of her voice, like she can't be older than 18, right? Like
Mhm.
it's just like the way that
Oh,
the voice
God.
comes off. And she's just like, why do you keep doing this? Why are you kidnapping my comrades? To what end? And like the kidnappers like just laugh, and they're just like, oh look, 2-for-1 special lands would take her back with us as well. And like they start to like approach her, and then Baw, you stagger onto the scene like apparently drunk as a skunk, and you're just like, oh hey, what's going on here? And like the lead is just like, fuck, a witness. And then I'm gonna go ahead and call for an initiative.
Yeah, boy.
Godspeed, you two little bastards.
Oh my god.
Ah!
Reactions in 1 second.
Fucking hell, Shax.
Yeah.
I mean,
So nah, like one of them got a 1. What the fuck?
Yeah.
angry Mike breathing.
Sorry.
Fucking will
okay.
be.
Just letting you know.
Cass angry.
Excuse me.
Kind of with Cass going on, you burping. It kind of sounded like a roar.
All right, so Vert, you're at the top, and like I said, the last thing that happens before initiative is rolled is you see Boss stagger into the alley and be like, "Oh hey guys, what's up?" And then like the guy who is clearly the leader, who is to say, this gentleman right here with the yellowish background to his token, goes, "Fuck, a witness," and like pulls out his weapon.
Mhm.
And it is, you are at the top of the initiative order. Do you do anything, or are you ceding your turn to see what happens? Or I guess you could ready an action.
I will ready an action. I will ready. Ooh. If I hunter's mark someone, do they know?
What are the components of Hunter's Mark?
Just posted it.
It is a verbal component, so there is something that you have to say out loud in order for the spell to like take effect. And you're not a sorcerer, so you can't like silent spell it. So like I can here's what I'll say. I will let you like cast Hunter's Mark, and then either they hear you do it, or you can spend the rest of your actions attempting a stealth check to do it subtly.
Okay. In that case, I will not do that. I will ready a Bane.
Okay. Sounds good. And your trigger is they move to attack, or like what's the...
Yeah, either they... if they move to attack either the lady or Bou.
Okay. Cool. So... it is the leader's turn next then. And... yeah, he turns and he points at like, you know, the guy standing next to him, and he's like, you and me, we'll deal with the girl. And then he turns to the two that are standing in the back who are wearing like the cloaks, and he's like, you two deal with the child. And he's like clearly means like Bou when he says that. And then he steps forward like and when I say like he draws his weapon, he pulls out like he's got like this like he's pulled out this like small like shaft or whatever, and like he flicks it kind of like a flick baton as he's stepping forward, and it like telescopes out into like a spear.
Oh my god, Bert, we need to kill this guy. I want that so much.
Bane!
Alright. Of the three creatures of your
this
choice.
Dude, and this dude, and this dude.
So the leader, I'm sorry, ping them again. I wasn't...
The three on the left.
Okay, so this guy, and this guy.
Yes.
Okay. And it's a charisma saving throw, DC 14?
Yes.
Okay. So the Iron Console makes it... So the leader makes his save.
Boo.
Oops, that's not right. Let me roll the right check. The second target fails.
Nice.
And... charisma saving throw. The third target fails.
Hey, two's better than nothing.
So I'll use this symbol for the ones who are bait.
Yeah, basically all it means is whenever they make an attack roll or a saving throw, they have to subtract a d4 from their roll.
All right. And then the leader will swing on Rhea. I don't think that's gonna hit her. Whew. No. So she gets her shield up in the way and like very capably like deflects his spear blow and just like grits her teeth, and she's just like, I need answers. And he's like, I don't owe you anything. And then the first target the first target that you actually baned is going to take a long route around Rhea's threatened square and then going to double move, like rushing towards Bosing Ba. And as this person does, with their kind of like black cloak like flicking out behind them, like you can see the flash of steel as they draw a dagger in both hands, and they're just like rushing straight at you. This deep like black hood that's like hiding their facial features and bearing their weapons like a wolf might bear their fangs. But they double moved, so that's all they can do this turn. And then Rhea is going to answer with a sword attack of her own. And she is going to hit, and she is going to score a very palpable hit on the leader, drawing a bit of blood and like causing him to cry out in pain as she like stabs him, and she's just like, no more, you will kill no more of us. And he's just like, you can't stop this, girl. And then the other Nightblade is going to do as he was bidden and likewise close on Bosing Ba. Ba, it's your turn. You have two crazy knife-wielding hooded maniacs who have appeared all up in your face.
Alright. So I'm gonna fucking key and do flurry of blows.
Alright.
Well,
You
attack
have-
with my quarterstaff first.
I thought Flurry of Blows only came after you made an attack.
Yeah, I know, that's what I mean. I'm gonna attack with my action.
Yeah.
Where's my fucking weapons again? Oh, there. So I'll go with the silver sword just to be safe. Normal.
Alright. That will hit. Which one are you attacking? The left one or the right
this
one?
one.
Okay. Alright. Alright. Still up.
And then my key, which I'll use 1 point, is flurry of blows, and I get 2 of them, don't I?
Yeah.
Right, so I'll just do 2 of them on this guy.
Flurry of Bows.
Fuck's sake.
So that's unarmed strikes there. Normal.
Alright, that'll hit. Okay. Still standing.
And again.
Oof.
And that one will miss.
And I get disengaged, don't I, for the Drunken Master thing when I use the flurry of blows. Whenever you use flurry of blows, you gain the benefit of disengage action, and your walking speed increases by 10 feet. So I'll do that, and then just like, so I've got movement speed of 45 now. Then is that right?
Sounds like.
Right.
Are you gonna stagger forward through them? Are you gonna stagger backwards? Like, what's this play look like?
I'll stagger forward through them.
Alright.
Nice.
To try and get them back into Vert's range, so that would be like to there.
Okay, so yeah, you just kind of like bumble through.
Yeah, so like after like fucking doing the damage, I just kind of stagger past them and like avoid them trying to hit me.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah, kinda. And I'll just walk up to like here. I think that's right.
Oh, sounds good. So yeah, you kind of like shoulder roll like through them, kind of like throwing them off balance a little bit, and they're like very confused when you slip by, and like, but you know, there's nothing they can do about it because you're just too slippery of a target because of your peculiar sort of fighting style, which leaves the other like guy who's like with the leader but also still like has his hands like on the kidnapping victim that they like have tied up, and he's kind of like looking between like the woman and Ba now that you've kind of like moved closer, and he's just like he's like, the drunk he's coming for us, what do I do? And he's like, help me deal with this night. And he's like, well, what about the hostage? And he's like, leave the hostage, she's not gonna get her out from underneath us. So he kind of like sets her down gently, like the woman that he's got like tied up, and like just kind of like shrugs, and he's like, okay, and he pulls out like a mace and like a shield and moves forward to try to attack like this knight as well, doing as he is told. And again, like Rhea like gets her shield in between like the blow from the mace and herself, and kind of like rebuffs the assault, though she is now like clearly outnumbered, and they are hammering away on that shield that she is carrying. There, it's back to you at the top of initiative. What do you do?
Okay, let me ask a question.
Sure.
Hail of Thorns is a concentration spell that I can choose to throw out at any time. If I use it immediately, do I still lose concentration on Bane? Even though I'm not really concentrating on it? I'm just using the spell like an instant cast?
Let me have a look at the spell's description real quick.
Here, I got you.
Next time you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack before the spell ends. Yeah, I actually kind of hate that is a concentration spell, so like I understand what they're going for, because it's like you're supposed to be like enchanting the ammunition or whatever. But no, I could definitely, like, I'm okay with like playing this as though it were just like a direct nuke spell, because like you're literally you're using your bonus action to like enchant the ammo and then fire it immediately and setting it off right away. So I'm not gonna penalize you for that. That seems silly.
Okay, I'm gonna rapid fire this and hope that what's her face can get out of the way.
Yeah.
And this is on the leader.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. I need to actually make an attack against him.
Right. Let me check his. Yeah. Okay. So you hit for 7. And then, in addition to the normal effect of the attack, the target must make a dexterity saving throw. Okay, cool. So, yeah, he's gonna take the 7 from the bow, and then let us have the dexterity saving throw. Is he good at this save? No, he is not. So he will take the 3 damage as your arrow explodes. The guy standing next to him also has to make a dexterity saving throw.
Minus a d4.
Minus a d4. He is still going to make that save, so he's only going to take half, unfortunately. I rolled a 20 for him.
Ow.
So like even no matter how much I minus that d4, it's not going to get down to the part where he fails.
Yeah.
And then the mystery woman whose name I keep using,
Rhea.
yeah, she also makes her save, so she will only take 2 points of damage. I'm just gonna round in your favor technically, but not necessarily in her favor.
Yay.
Okay, so yeah, you open fire with the arrow. It hits the back of the leader and then like explodes out in a hail of splinters, and like it hits like the guy standing next to him a little bit. Like Rhea gets her shield up in the way, but still takes a little bit of damage. Like it's unclear whether or not she was aware that you were there and firing, or if it's just luck that she happened to get her shield in the way. But you know, either way, she doesn't take as much damage as she might have otherwise. And like this leaves like the leader is kind of like, you know, he glares at her and he's like, do you have like hidden snipers, is it? And she's just like, I don't know, perhaps the gods have given me aid unbidden, you know. And he's just like, fuck your gods. And he goes and he swings on her with his spear. And he's gonna miss. and he's like, you fucking do something. And like the guy standing next to her or next to him gets to make an attack. And he will actually hit.
See, Bo, aren't you glad you came with me?
Yeah, this is much more fun than sitting in a tavern, drinking whiskey and eating a steak. God damn it.
And then one of the Nightblades like hurls a dagger at Bosing Ba and is gonna hit you for 6 points of damage unless you have a way to do something about it.
Minus D4.
I rolled a crit.
Oh, okay.
Have I got deflect missiles? Can I use that?
Do you have
I do
deflect
have
missiles?
deflect missiles.
Okay,
Yeah.
read it off for me or post it in the chat, one way or the other. All right. When you take an attack, yeah, you can absolutely do this.
So it's a D10 plus.
Plus your dexterity modifier, plus your monk level.
Right. So I'll roll D10 first.
Okay, so yeah, he's like you do something. Like the guy standing next to him like clocks Rhea with his mace, and then like one of the two guys in the hoods like flashes like the dagger like, you know, whipping through the alleyway headed straight towards you. And like I rolled a fucking crit, but even still the amount of damage he did was such that like, I don't know, what does it look like? How do you grab the dagger out of the air?
Like, just kind of swaying as I'm standing, and as it comes up, I just fucking snatch out there. Like, I don't know, like, just my hand just fucking comes up and grabs it. Like, as if I'm not even paying attention, and it's just
Like he's
grab
trying
it
to grab an
effortlessly.
irritating fly or something.
Right.
Yeah, as if I'm trying to, like, swat a fly or something, and then suddenly I've got a dagger in my hand, and, like, if you catch a missile this way, you can spend a key point to throw it back.
Oh.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, like, let me just get on that real quick, like, fuck, yeah. So what do I have to roll here?
Yeah,
What do I roll here?
just you have a dagger on your character sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go ahead and
God damn.
let's see here. You can attack with proficiency regardless, and it counts as a monk weapon. Okay, so yeah, just go ahead and like click the damage there then. Yep,
Nice.
so yeah, you fucking hurl it back, and like the guy who threw it at you like catches it in the shoulder and takes like a decent amount of damage from like you returning his own attack, because this is clearly not going the way that they assumed that this was going to go. Oh my god, that's so funny. Alright, well, this one. Okay, so this guy like runs up to you, like knives in hand, and lashes out at you with his daggers. I don't presume an 11 hits your armor class.
It does not.
So he fails to connect. The woman will swing on the leader again. Holy shit, my dice are on fire. As I roll yet another critical hit, and she takes another big chunk out of leader dude with her blade, like smirking now that like support has arrived to help her fight off these kidnappers. And then the other is going to rush you. Does a 15 hit your armor class?
Matches my armor class.
Okay, meter beat. So there we are. You're going to take 6 points of piercing damage as he stabs you with a knife.
Okay.
And it's your turn again.
So I'm just going to attack. This is the one I've been attacking, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Just going to keep wailing on him. Silver sword.
All right, that will hit. That will drop him. I assume you're aiming to kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you drop that one.
And then I'll use a key point. And then I'll just unarmed strike.
Okay. That will hit. And
Again.
again. That also hits.
Another one.
That drops that one as well. So yeah, you drop both of the knife wielding maniacs in like a flurry of like punches and kicks and rolling halfling fat, I guess.
Yeah. Like just fucking body slamming them.
Yeah. And meanwhile, the assistant, I
I
guess
guess
unless
I'll
you want to
use-
move.
Yeah, I'll use some movement to like
Okay.
come over here and just like I don't know, would that count as him being flanked? Or would that have to be like there?
Yeah, if you want to flank with Rhea, you'll have to be right there.
Yeah, that's fine, I'll go there then.
Yeah, so you get there, and that kind of like sends this secondary guy like into a bit of a panic, and he's like, I don't. He like turns around and he like swings at you because like you clearly seem to be the most dangerous because you just dropped two of his friends. But he does not hit. I think the panic is getting to him. Vert, we're back to you up on the rooftop. Two of the enemies have been dropped.
Bo's got this. I'm going to I'm gonna end Bane in exchange for Hunter's Mark on this guy, on the leader.
Okay.
And shoot him in the face. Nope.
Shoot him in the face. Unfortunately, that will miss. But still, you've got
But
the
Hunter's Mark.
You've got the Hunter's Mark on him. He is going to continue attempting to defeat her.
Not looking good for you, buddy.
He's going to miss, and then he's going to command his ally to attack again. 16 was your armor class, yeah?
15.
15 is your armor class? Okay,
Yeah,
so
15.
we got a hit, and you're going to take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as his ally brings his mace down across your tiny halfling skull.
Fucking ow.
Yup. Rhea is gonna. I think she sees that you're having a time of it, and she's going to switch her target from the leader to his backup and try to help you. You know, she's just like, I don't know who you are, but thank you for your aid, young man.
Young man.
And she's gonna give him a good stabbing.
It's no problem, Mel. It's fine.
It's fine. Weapon.
Fucking drink. Fucking drink.
Fucking drink. Speaking of which, it is your turn again. As
Oh.
the turn order quickly dwindles in membership.
Right. I'm gonna switch over to my quarterstaff and try and fucking like knock these fuckers out. So I'm gonna try and like attack him.
Sure. Wait, which one? I'm sorry.
This guy, the leader. I try and knock
Okay.
him out, I guess.
Okay, yeah. 18 will hit his armor class.
God damn.
All right. -9. Still
careful.
standing.
Be careful who
I've
you
still
call
got an
ugly in
unarmed
high
strike.
school.
I've still got an unarmed strike for my bonus, right? Yeah, that's
Yep.
the one. So let's fucking do it. Oh.
That will unfortunately miss. He is able to get like a block off before.
Flurry of bows.
I've not got any key left.
I think he's run himself out of key.
Yeah.
His assistant is going to swing on you again. Holy shit! Hitting you for 9 points of damage.
Marcus, stop doing this to me, man.
God damn it, Bo, stop dying.
Are
There-
you down?
No, he's
No,
at
I've
like
got
2,
two
I
health.
think.
Okay. Let's go for the leader again. Why not?
Bo, I want you to know that even though Lucina is sleeping right now, her face has that horrified twitch going on from somebody dying.
You're definitely going to hit the leader with that. You doing another 9 points. You are attacking the leader, I
Yes,
take it,
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. That and your shoot to kill.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I'm
might
giving
need
you
him.
the option.
we might need him for questioning. How about like
to
very
the knee.
How about very serious wound, like liver shot?
Yeah, okay, so this is Apari Ranman Kosame gets shot in the stomach, like
Yes,
arrow
like-
goes in and he like face goes pale as like the blood comes pouring out and he pitches forward just being like, God fucking damn it, and just like, you know, down on the ground, out, but not dead for the moment. It will leave him at 0.
Okay.
I will use that little marker to indicate that he is unconscious but not dead. And Rhea will, for her part, attack the gentleman who is attacking Bou and the only one who is left. And you know what? I think she actually like discards her shield, seeing that like the leader has fallen, and chokes up on the longsword with both hands, and just like baseball swing like thwacks this other guy, and just like drops him with a meaty chop,
Fucking nice.
leaving like silence to reign in the alley with all of the thugs dealt with, and like this woman is left kind of like heaving for breath, like just looking like she's still super high on adrenaline. There is a kidnapping victim that is laying on the cold cobbles of the alley, still unconscious, bound and gagged and blindfolded and completely defenseless, and like several bodies that are bleeding out all of their lifeblood, including most of Bosing Baw's, which is now all over the ground.
At this point, I'm also lying down, but I've just got the V sign up for victory. Like, fuck yeah, we did it, boys.
Nice.
But yeah,
Um,
here's a little, like, this is that last hit that I got on Baw that was
Oh
like
no.
in the shoot and shit channel there.
Fucking hell, man. Why is it
Alright.
always me? Like, fucking.
I don't know, man. Like my
I feel
dice hate
personally
y'all.
attacked. I feel personally attacked.
Can I
Uh,
come down
can
and
I-
give Bo some healing?
Yeah,
I've
absolutely.
got a potion of healing. I
You
can
got a
use.
potion? Okay.
Yeah.
Then
So
I
just
will.
that as 1d4 plus something.
Okay. Then I will come down and start tying up this guy and tell Bo.
I believe it's
2d4
2d4 plus 2.
It is.
Mr. Ball, I believe we need
So I get
Lucina.
7 back. Right. On
Mr.
it.
Ball, I believe we need Lucina and Siani, and perhaps Mr. Ray as well. Would you be a dear and fetch them? I can take care of
Sure.
things here.
Hacking up blood and half along, like,
Yeah.
sure, man, I'll get
And-
rid on it.
And this
Like,
young
do you know
woman.
what room? Do you know what room they're in? Because I kind of like bailed before they got the room. So yeah, I'll just head over there and do that and
Yeah,
fetch.
before you leave, like the young woman like steps forward and she like extends a hand, like reaching out towards you. She's like, "Wait, who are you? Why are you? You know?" And this is like kind of posed to both of you, but she sees that like one of you is getting ready to leave, and you're kind of having this conversation without including her, and she's like, What's going on?"
Just
Hurry,
an average
Mr.
Tuesday in our fucking days like these recently. Fuck.
Please hurry, Mr. Ball. I
Yeah,
can take care of things here.
I just kind of wave it off and like ask the reindeer, like and just walk away.
And she's like, "Reindeer? What?" And she kind of like looks at you, Vert, as like a ball. You like skitter off into the darkness,
Mm.
like heading towards the elf song. I assume.
Yeah, hood up, like like fucking head down, hood up, and like quickly making our way to the room. I'm guessing it's late, so no.
Yeah, it's gonna be late, and like you're a fair distance away, so it's gonna take a bit of time for you to get there. So I think that the after kind of like tracking you, like heading off into the shadows, like the camera comes back to linger on you, Vert, and this woman. And this pile of like bodies that you have stacked in this alley, right? And like there's this unconscious like kidnapping victim that's kind of like murmuring into their gag like in the background, obviously, and she's just like staring at you expectantly, like, well, what's going on?
First order of business. Gotta tie up leader boy.
Sure. So yeah, you can do that easily.
Second order of business. Stack all the bodies against a wall.
And you're just not saying anything while you're doing all of this?
Nope.
Yeah,
I
okay.
got stuff to do.
So you're tying this guy up, and then you're moving the bodies, and the whole time she's just like, please tell me what's happening. Why are you helping? What are you doing? And she's just like kind of beside herself, and like she comes forward toward, like she approaches you, and she like reaches out like she's gonna touch you. She's like, please sir, you have to. Do you stop her, or do you say anything? Like,
Okay, so in order, he will say, "Oh God, damn it! I don't have my leaves right now." He'll say, "My name is Crinkle Crinkle,
But you,
Yeah.
but you may call me Virt. I have no idea.
and basically answering her questions in order. And
I am tying up this man, and I am positioning the bodies so that they may be found by authorities later.
right, and like these are all very literal answers, but they are also like kind of useless to her, right? In that way, and she just kind of like lets out a heavy sigh, and then just like flops down, like she like her back like hits the wall of the alley, and you can hear the sound of like breastplate and chainmail like clinking against the stone, and then she just like sinks down to like a near fetal like sitting position against the wall, and just like takes a heavy breath, and she's just like, well, I thank you for coming along regardless. I don't know if I could have beaten them all, but at least we've managed to save someone. You know, obviously motioning towards the person that's like laying in the alley who's still
oh yeah, I'm gonna prop them up against the wall
yeah.
and just. I'm not gonna untie them, but I will loosen their gag.
Yeah. So you loosen their gag, and like they're still unconscious. Like they're whatever was done to them, it seems as though they are like in a very deep sleep,
Ooh.
right?
I gotta search through their pockets. I need them coins.
Oh.
I need them coins, boy.
Before mom gets here.
As a side note,
Yes.
Sayane, after having slept a while, will probably be awake and sitting in a windowsill and watching because she's concerned about the missing party members.
Right.
So it might be easy for Bo to spot her.
So yeah, I
front-facing
think
on the street.
I think for like
She also doesn't like buildings or beds, so
right. I think for the sake of like narrative like fluidity, like we're not gonna worry about like exactly how much time it would take for Ba to like walk however many blocks and like find the rest of the party, right? Like I think the shot cuts to like bussing Ba, like you're standing like outside the Elf Song Tavern, and maybe you're like pacing back and forth debating whether or not you should go in given the scam that you just pulled, and you look up and you probably see Siani sitting like in a window that's like barely lit by like a lantern or a candle or whatever, so you kind of see that familiar silhouette, and Siani, for your part, you probably see like a familiar like bowling ball shaped halfling like pacing outside the inn, right?
exactly.
And so, like, I don't know, do you, like, call up to her?
Yeah. He's fucking bouncing ball. His name's bouncing ball.
Yeah. I just think it's funnier to refer to him as a bowling ball.
I mean that works too. So I'm sitting there like waving my arms, and like I'll shout up like get the others and come down and meet me at the front door.
And she'd be like, "Oh, there you are. Okay."
Like we've
she'd
been on
inside and go roast everybody else.
like we've been on a fucking adventure. What are the odds of me being able to go back to the other fucking tavern and getting the bottle of whiskey I paid for?
It's probably been bust by this point.
Fucking raging, but
But yeah, so it sounds like Siani is gonna wake up you and Ray there, Lucina, so
As soon as Siani wakes me up, I'm gonna be grumbling about what did those idiots do this time? Like half asleep, just kind of because she was twitching in her sleep, imagining Bo being killed. So
You
Right.
know.
My clothes just get
I
fixed.
don't know, but he looked a little bloody.
My clothes just get fixed in the afternoon, and by midnight they're fucking tattered again. Like fuck.
Yeah. And how easy it is to raise you, or is it to raise you, Ray? If he's still there. Has Cass fallen asleep?
He might have, honestly. Cass!
Yes. Oh.
So
Oh,
not
no.
easy. Not easy at all.
Well, you know, he had his dramatic scene at the front, so
Yeah.
at least there's that. So yeah, we'll assume until he comes back, if he comes back, that he is with you, but probably very groggy and upset. And you come out onto the street to find like a somewhat beaten and bloody halfling waiting for you, Siani and Lucina.
I'm going to bop the side of his head, but as I do, I'm also going to throw healing on him.
I'm sorry, Ma.
I guess I'll offer him a swig from the never-ending flask.
Thank you. Like,
Fucking drink.
it's like $5.
Bowling ball.
Bowling ball.
Bowling ball.
That's definitely like Bosing Baw's sister. But yeah, so
So like,
I
I always told
assume-
him what happened. Like, Vert was wanting to scope out the crime scenes and stuff, and he asked for a hand, so I helped him out, and we ran into some interesting characters, and we could use your help because we captured the leader, but he's bleeding out as we speak, and kind of like start walking and like urgently showing them the way to try and
yeah,
get back.
so
She
you
will
begin
follow, grumbling that she should have known and should have been looking for them earlier.
right. Yeah, you begin shuffling back the way that you came with like everyone following behind. And like it's probably like we cut back over to the other scene, and like, you know, the young woman is kind of like still like collecting herself, and you are rifling through the pockets of the now murdered kidnappers, and you know, there's like an assortment of like coins and like little knickknacks, the kinds of things that you would expect like people to carry around. Like one of them probably has like a comb, you know, like these kinds of things. Like I'll give you a more specific like role shortly. But yeah, like chiefly among the things that you find that are interesting, the leader who was like giving the orders, he has that like collapsible like spear thing that he was using. And then he has what appears to be a straight razor that is made out of an entirely black non-reflective metal. And he is carrying a very familiar looking like greenish steel colored metal disc with lightly serrated edges. One of those soul coin blanks, if you will.
Yeah. I want it.
Yeah. And you know, like you have like, she kind of like lets you do your looting in silence, right? Because she's like more or less trying to just collect herself, and the kidnapping victim, she is also like still completely unconscious, and so I think it's probably shortly after you've like fully gone through all of their pockets, and probably like I don't know why, but I imagine like Vert has like laid out all of the weapons of like the people that you've defeated like on the ground as well, in some very like ritualistic way. And you've like and you've like taken a step back.
Well, I can't skin them and gut them, so you know I still have to keep some of my repertoire.
And so you've kind of finished doing your weird like observances when like the rest of the party arrives on the scene, like following behind like your loyal halfling assistant.
Oh, thank the Shaba. Will one of you please talk to this woman? She is incessantly questioning.
Sorry about our friend. He doesn't really understand social interactions.
Siani, if you can handle the woman, I will get to healing this interesting character over here that's bleeding out.
Yeah, let me see here. We probably got.
Handle the woman. What am I doing with her?
Oh, just like
She's
talking to her.
She's annoying,
Yeah.
and I need someone to talk to her because I
Yeah.
can't talk to people very well.
Oh,
Me
okay.
and you are just dealing with her and like.
Okay.
yeah,
so,
and there's this commoner that's like still tied up and like fully unconscious. And I'll just put Ray over
Yeah,
here.
so
and I'll explain the situation to all of them if they haven't. Like,
I gave
which
them
one's the
like,
leader? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
we got the
I
rundown
gave
from
I gave them
Bo.
a quick rundown, but if you want to like give them one more in depth, like this guy's clearly the leader and this
Oh,
is what
yeah.
happened. Shit.
Yeah, I'll just point. That's what I'm doing, is just pointing out this guy's the leader, this girl's the kidnapped person, everybody else is dead.
So
And-
yeah.
Yeah, and there's the woman who was helping you fight, like in a more like clear look at her token. She's got like, you know, kind of like coppery colored skin and like reddish hair in that kind of like tight, like curly, like, you know, like more like African descent kind of like hair. And she looks up when you approach, and she just has this kind of like exhausted look on her face where like I think Siani, like you having some skill at healing, probably like recognize this as like the look of someone who hasn't slept in days.
Yeah. So then it will take stock of the bodies, following the appearance of the bloody Bow, and they're doing his thing over there, and
Yeah.
her exhaustion and confusion and a tied up person. And she's just gonna sort of like pinch the bridge of her nose and go, apologies, Verd is not the talking sort.
Yeah, and she gives
Unless
you
he
kind of
chooses to.
yeah, and she gives you kind of like a rueful smile in response, and she's just like, I'd figured that out in the interim.
Most importantly, are you well?
I'm still breathing, I guess. And she kind of like looks herself over, and like there's a little bit of like blood. Like she did take a bit of damage. I don't know. And she kind of like motions at Bosing Ba, and she's like, I think your friend got the worst of it, though.
That's
It's
nothing
fine.
unusual.
I've had worse.
That's not
like,
surprising.
I've had worse than this. Like, don't worry about me. A
Yeah.
drink in a bed and I'll be fine. Like, fuck.
Yeah, and she smiles like, and she's like, well, thank you regardless. I didn't expect that anyone would just arrive to save me and my compatriot from those monsters, but here we are. And she kind of like looks at you then, Siani, and she's like, I assume you're this one's companion then? Or
Yes. We have been traveling as a group for some time now, and we've run across, and she will gesture expansively to the calls of this more than a few times now.
yeah, and you say that, and like her eyes widen a little bit, and like she finds the energy all of a sudden to like force herself to her feet, and like if you don't do anything to stop her, like she kind of like she rushes at you, but not in that like I'm angry with you way. It's that like desperation where she like puts her hands like on the outsides of your arms and kind of like shakes you a little bit. And she's like, so then you know what's happening. Why are they doing this? You have to they're killing the knights.
She's
I
not going to
kinda-
stop her because she's not easily startled, so she will let herself be shaken and sort of like not react too much to that.
Yeah.
And
I'm
go,
gonna face palm.
unfortunately, the
I'm
why
gonna
of it
face
is
palm
something.
and go. Yeah, I'm gonna face palm and go. God damn it! I was hoping you had some idea what was going on.
Yeah. So, like, we're as interested in the why as you are. That's
Yeah.
why we're looking into this.
Yeah, and you say that, and like there's this like it's a whole like slew of emotions where she goes from like disappointed to sad to frustrated, and then she like backs away and like puts her back to the wall again, and lifts a hand to cover her face and just like sighs into like the meat of her palm and is just like, oh, it's too much to hope that the gods would send me aid and answers. One or the other, always. It's a fucking test, isn't it? And she just like shakes her fist at the sky.
Sione will glance skyward, then sort of shrug and say, "Isn't it always?"
Yeah, and she's just like,
Which is like, and then I will gesture to her companion and say, "Maybe we should untie her. Is she okay?"
yeah, and like they're still just like snoring away, like none of this has perturbed them. Uh,
My
actually,
kind of woman.
I think probably actually in the interim, like Rhea probably did untie her, but like
Okay.
she's like just propped up against the wall, like completely out of it, like unable to be roused by like jostling or screaming or anything, just like down for the count. And like Rhea looks down at her and is just like, well, I think they just put her under a spell. She's not dead. I'm sure she'll wake soon. I hope she'll wake soon.
Hopefully it will pass soon.
Can I
Is
like
that
ask her how she got
your
herself into that
friend,
situation?
a relation?
Okay, hang on. You're asking if she's a friend or a relation. What were you asking, Shanks?
I was going to ask, like, how did she come to find herself in an alleyway at this time of night and fighting off kidnappers?
Okay,
I
so
was winding up to that.
these two things are of a similar quality. So yeah, she's like, friend, not exactly. We're comrades, or we were. She kind of just shakes her head and she's like, this one, she worked in service of the Hell Riders, or at least she did when we still had an order and a city. Uh, I've been I've been trying to keep tabs on anyone who has the heraldry or the connections since we've arrived, because one by one, families of good Hell Rider names, allies, comrades, active duty soldiers are being felled by malevolent forces. I just happened to be at the right place at the right time when they came for her and caught them carrying her from the back door of an inn, and I